Hello, friends. Welcome to Sprints tonight on Thursday. And I'm so excited to be reading Amy Lady Contents by Karen Whitmire. That's the book that I'm reading tonight. This is a weekly that I'm doing with the Read Happy co-host, and that would be Lucy at the Lucy Chronicles, and Jeanette at Jane Reads, and Emma at Emma's Book Friend. And we are making good progress. I think all of us are right around chapters 8, 9, 10 that we've read so far, and we just started it last night. So here's what I am right together. I'm excited to continue on that. Let's see who we have with us tonight, and what are you up to for scripts this evening? Amy's here. Hello, Amy. Are you going to be reading tonight, or do you have other plans? Let me know. I'd like to know what you're doing. I am going to be adding an ambiance here. I have one that's a spring morning with some rain and a little bit of nature sounds. I think it's going to be a really nice one for tonight. It is supposed to rain here in about half an hour. So I am looking forward to it, although I hear that it's going to be pretty like thunderstorms and stuff like that over the next couple of days. But I love rain, so I am excited for it. I just wish that I didn't have to go to work tomorrow so that I could just really hunker down and have my books and my cup of tea around me. Hello, Naomi. She says, hello. Welcome, welcome. And we have Jamie is here. She says, hello. Katrie, hey Katrie, how's it going? She says, got to get kiddos ready for bed and put down, but I started When the Day Comes Today. Like the first book, Katrie, have you read it before? Is it a reread or is this your first time? How exciting. I got, let me see, where do I have it? I have a ton of books, some that I need to return to the library and some that I have pulled for my April TBR. But I got this book, To Love a Lady by Gabrielle Meyer. And this is a new series that she started with this book. It's called the Dollar Princess series. And this is book one. And it's kind of inspired by My Fair Lady, which is my favorite musical. So I'm super excited to get to this one, but I am going to be finishing this Karen Whitmire book before I start this one, but I am looking forward to it. Oh, and I got this off of Gabrielle's Etsy shop. So I got a timeless bookmark, and I got signature on there. So I'm super excited. Let's see. Paige is here. She says, hi, reading a nonfiction in My Side of the Mountain by Jean Craighead George. And Katrie says this is her first time and she's vlogging it. Great. I can't wait to see that vlog. And Jamie says, fun, Katrie. I can't wait to hear your thoughts. Yes, same. And Katrie says, I've been seeing that one around. Really want to check it out too. It's such a pretty cover. Yeah, isn't that? It's like silhouettes almost, but you can see he's almost all in silhouette, but you can see his cravat, and then her dress, you can see like some of the folds in her dress. But yes, look at that. So pretty. And Amy is reading Mind Games. Ooh, that sounds thrilling. So I'm glad everyone is joining in for sprints tonight. During the first sprint, I need to get some stuff organized, but I have this book on audio, so I will be listening on audio while I finish getting stuff organized. And once I'm done with that, then I'll go back to physically reading. I think I read a little faster physically than listening to an audiobook, even when I speed it up. And I am doing tabs on this one, so that
listening to the audio, then I have to kind of go back to put in my tabs. So when I'm physically reading, it's easier to just like put a tab in it, keep going. Yeah, so I'm really excited for this. Jamie says she's going to be working on Alliance Bride by J.L. Knight. Nice, nice. Is anybody doing the Seeking Persephone group read? Who's doing it? I know I've heard Taylor mentioned it, that she's doing it, and somebody in Sprints last night mentioned it, maybe Alma. But is anybody here doing that group read? That was the first book that I finished this month, and I really enjoyed it. I am so behind on my wrap-ups. I have my January wrap-up that I'm still editing. Can you believe it? Like, I forgot that I had filmed it, and when I was going through my phone, I saw a video there and I started playing it, and it was my January wrap-up. And so I need to get that edited and posted and then do my February. Hello, Katrina. She needs to get her dishes done, so I guess I will do that first sprint. We'll figure out an audiobook for that. Yeah, audiobooks are so convenient when there's stuff that you need to do and you can't be holding a book. Yes. Naomi is going to be starting with Theo of Golden. Are you in the middle of that book, or are you just starting it? I saw it at the bookstore the other day, and so many people have been mentioning it. That I'd like to know what everybody's thinking. And K-Tree says, I wanted to, but could not get my hands on the book, unfortunately. Yeah. Sometimes we were lucky with our group read for the Read Happy, the Taming Lady Temperance. Jeanette was able to get it from the library, and then Lucy and I were able to purchase it, and Alma. So we all have physical copies. And then last night, Audible was having that sale. So I bought the audiobook, and that really helped today, because I had not a lot of time, but a little bit of time at work where I couldn't be physically reading, but it was work that I wasn't doing that involved me communicating with anybody. So I could listen to the audiobook for a few minutes here and there throughout the day. So yeah, it was nice having it on audio. And Naomi says, I'm on page 44 of 387 and so far pretty good. And Katrina says, thinking my cat has cold feet. She must have been walking in the basement before jumping on my lap. Yeah, my cats are funny because sometimes their feet are cold and sometimes like they're hot, like when it gets hot in here. And I know that cats don't have the same kind of sweat function that we do. So then I get concerned if their little paws are hot. I like make sure that they have cool water and that we have the air on, or something to bring the temperature, the ambient temperature down, so that they're comfortable. Hey, Allie, she says, hello all. And Amy says, I see your Siamese. I have one too. He's feisty but sweet. Yeah, mine is a snowshoe that, they come from Siamese. And so he does have that coloring and those blue eyes, but his paws are white. He does, I feel like he does have a lot of Siamese characteristics. He can get pretty vocal. He's quiet a lot of the time, but he can get very vocal. And when he gets vocal, it's like for no reason and just like he wants to stretch his vocal cords, I guess. And he's just very, he wants to be the center of attention all the time, and he likes to get into trouble. I don't know if anybody watched, was it Lady and the Tramp that had the Siamese cats in it? Like, I feel that's Humphrey, like always looking for trouble to get into. And Allie says, I'll be reading a little of a few books, Middlemarch, nice. War and Peace, nice. And Starlit Prince by C.F.E. Black, very nice. That is a lot. I sometimes will have multiple books going but generally when I sit down, I usually sit down to one book for like that reading session. I did start this book. It's a middle grade book called The Ghost Belonged to Me. I'm almost done with it. It's by Richard Peck, and it was written, I want to say, like the 70s, but I read it when I was in junior high, and yeah, 1975. Um, but it's the second book in this series that really I wanted to get to this year, and especially this month, because one of the storylines in that book has to do with the Titanic, and I thought that would be good for Alma's challenge for what is, I don't remember the prompt how it's worded, but basically that takes place on the sea. And it's hers is a historical fiction one, so I thought that would be fun to do a little middle grade book. But I wanted to read this one first because this introduces the characters. Um, it's so funny because I haven't read this since I was in middle school, and reading it now as an adult, there's a lot of things in it that I think, wow, did that go over my head when I was reading it the first time? Um, but it feels like a lot of the books that I read and that were aimed at kids that were like junior high age um, were written in a very adult type of language. And I'm not saying like strong language or anything like that, but just word choice, sentence structure. It's very different from a middle grade book that you would pick up nowadays. But it's an interesting story. It's pretty funny. There's um, Blossom and Alexander are the two main characters, and it's Alexander telling the whole story. Blossom is a little girl that lives, I guess, like in, I don't know that it's a house that she lives in, but her family like settled into the area not too long before, like maybe 3 years or so before the story takes place. And she says that her mom has second sight, but it doesn't work like how you think it would work. But she also was telling the kids at school that she was a Siamese twin and her twin had to be removed in order for Blossom to live. So she's just like tells tall tales all the time. So he never knows to believe her or not. But she says that there's a ghost in his barn. And so, of course, he doesn't believe her because it's just Blossom telling tall tales. But it was a fun book and interesting. I totally forgot the storyline of this book, but I'm getting close to the end of it. I should finish it. I probably will finish this sometime tonight. I'm not sure if I'll do it during sprints or if I'll wait till after, and then I'll order the next book in the series, which is the one that I wanted to read this month. And Grandma Susan's here. She says, good evening, all. And Annie's here. She says, hi, everyone. Just got home, so need to make dinner and charge my Kindle. Your book was also a Disney movie called Child of Glass. I did not know that. I also loved that book. I'm going to have to look that up. That's interesting. I had no idea that it was a movie. I wonder, did it come out in the 70s or was it later that it came out? That's interesting. And Grandma Susan says, Caitlin, looking forward to your thoughts. Katri, yeah, probably. The Timeless series is one of my all-time favorite series. Yes, I really love it. I pre-ordered the next book that comes out in May, and I'm really excited to get it. It's going to come with a bookmark. My phone's all the way over there. When we come back from the sprint, I'll show you what that not bookmark, it's a sticker. I'll show you what that sticker looks like. It's super cute. And so the first 1,000 books that were pre-ordered are going to include this sticker. And I had pre-ordered mine like last year, so I know that I made it into that first bunch. So I'm super excited because it's one of the timelines, or maybe both, I don't know, is in California during the gold rush, and that's my home state. So I'm super excited I know Gabriel Meyer came to California and to this area to do some research for that book. So it makes it super exciting for me. Hey, Elma. Elma's here. How are you? And Annie says it was in the 70s. It used to be on YouTube, but I don't know now. Okay, I'm going to have to look it up. And Grandma Susan says, sorry, Katrie. We knew who you meant. And Dina's here. Hello, Dina. She says, hello, everyone. I'm reading Death at the Door by Olivia Black. Nice. Is that a cozy mystery? And Alma says, yes, I pre-ordered the Next Timeless book too, and I can't wait to read it. Yes, I know. I still have to read the one right before it, though. But it's somewhere here in my pile of books for this month. I think it is. Oh, maybe I didn't pull it. I thought I had. Back here are all the books that I want to get to more coming up. I thought I had pulled that book. Well, I'll have to look around for it too during that first sprint. And Jamie saying, hey, Elma. And Dina saying, yes, it is a cozy. I love cozy mysteries. Love them. Okay. Well, we are 17 minutes in, so I think we should start our first sprint. And we'll do a 40-minute sprint. So that'll take us to, well, we're almost at 50, so let's stretch it and make it a 42-minute sprint. So that'll take us to 40 after. Am I doing math right? 30, no, 40, 50, 30 after. 30 after. We'll make it a 40-minute sprint. So let's try out this new ambiance and see how that works. And get that set up.
What? We see you back 8:30 after.
Well, I didn't fall asleep, but I almost did. So sorry we are back late. And we've got lots of comments. So I actually put down this book. Guys, am I freezing? I started listening to The Magic Faraway Tree by Jacqueline Wilson, which was inspired by Enid Blyton. Here's the cover of that. They made a movie or a series, I don't know which, that's coming soon maybe, but it looked really fun. So I picked this up and so far it's very fun. It gives me like Beverly Cleary vibes. So yeah, I'm enjoying that. And then I was playing a little puzzle game. And let's see. I think this is where we left off. And Jamie says, and everyone else I didn't say hello to. Yes, my book number 7 has been pre-ordered since last year as well. Nice. And Allie says, very cozy ambiance, Sam. Thank you. And let me just pause it because maybe that is too much for my internet. I think I'm going to have to switch providers. Let's see. And we have a Beverly. Hello. And Hannah's here. Hi, Hannah. She says, hello. Gonna start courting Miss Lancaster tonight. Nice, nice. And Naomi read 29 pages of Theo of Golden. And Alma says, Theo of Golden is a book I'm really wanting to read. I might read that next month. I'm going to have to check it out and see if it's something that I'm interested in because so many people are reading it. And Allie got to from 71% to 76% in Starlit Prince. Good job. And Chantel says, hello, book friends. I came in late, so I'm getting my next knitting project set up. Then I'll be free to read for the next sprint. What is your next knitting project? I actually was working on mine today. Still my February socks from like maybe 2024, maybe 2025. But I think it was 2024. But I'm getting closer. I think I still have about 2 inches on the foot before I can start the toe decreases. So I may finish them this year and then they'll be ready for next February. And Allie is saying, hi, Hannah. Katrina says 5% in the Resistance Knitting Club. Do I know this book? Let's see. Resistance Knitting Club. A World War II historical fiction novel inspired by real women who used knitting to pass secret messages. Oh, like In a Tale of Two Cities and Madame Defarge. That's cool. I'm going to have to check that out. And Alma says, I got 1 chapter read. Now I'm going to switch to a different book. I'm hoping to finish this one up because I only have 5 chapters, I think, left in it. Nice. Yes, it's good to finish. And Beverly says, The Magic of Lemon Drop Pie. Loving it. That sounds fun. It sounds so summer. And yeah. And Hannah's saying hi to Allie. And Hannah is saying, Beverly, I'm going to read that this month, hopefully, too. And sorry. Annie says, I'm reading Treasured Grace by Tracy Peterson. And Alma says, that Resistance Knitting Club sounds interesting. I knew you would think so, Alma. As soon as it said World War II, I was like, oh, Alma's going to be interested in this. But yeah, it sounds interesting to me too, um, especially because I love knitting. Um, yeah, the rest of it gives more information about it, but just, yeah, knitting, World War II, secret messages. Sounds really good. Okay. And Chantel says, I always have way too many projects going. I decided I wanted to make a new shawl with my hand spun, nice. And my mother in law gave me a pattern book with a pretty pattern. That is really nice. When I was first, so I didn't start like really knitting until I had tried like a couple of times before and it just wasn't sticking with me until I met Cher, and she was also starting. She was like at about the same point that I was, and we really were able to help each other out, get better at knitting, and just like start a knitting community in our area and swapping patterns. Or it's like, hey, have you heard of this pattern and that pattern and this yarn and that yarn? And we started doing like yarny trips. So that like really got me into knitting and Ravelry. And Rosemary Hill is a knitwear designer. She mostly designs like accessories. She had a little book called um, what was it called? Something like Seven Little Shawls or something like that, that would take usually 1 to 2 skeins of yarn to complete. And they were just really nice, lacy little shawls, I think it was 7 small shawls. Um, and so I bought that ebook with the patterns in it, and I knit those 7 shawls. And then she came out with like a volume 2. So I started to knit them, and it was my intention to knit them all. But somewhere along the way, I still kept buying the books, but I would only make 1 or 2 shawls out of the books. But yeah, her designs really got me into shawl knitting. And Alma says, yep, World War II got me. And Katrina says, disclaimer, I have never read the book or author, so I have no idea if it could go wrong. Well, that's a chance we take. That's a chance we take when we pick up a book. And Alma says, ooh, the Knitting Club book was inspired by a true story. Yeah, I think that is so interesting, huh? Lots of buzzwords out there. Hey, Steve, he's out shopping. Nice. And Chantel says, adding the Resistance Knitting Club to my list now. I'm currently listening to the Prayer Shawl Knitting themed books by Sharon Mondragon, and they are so heartwarming in between the grief and the hardship. Isn't it funny? I don't read a lot of books if I know there's like heavy topics in it or that are likely to make me cry. But I do, I mean, there are some really good stories that I enjoy in spite of the fact that they make me cry. But when I was younger, I was more into those more heavier books. I don't know if you guys remember the Debbie Macomber books. I think, what was it called? Was it knitting or quilting? Like the Friday Night Knitting Club, maybe. But I think she had like a quilting series. Um, but yeah, I used to read those books and love them. And Rosamund Pilcher, um, her books too could like be on the more, like if you think of like a historical drama, and just with like some heavy topics. But man, I loved them when I was in my 20s. Um, but now I don't know. I prefer uh, for my reading to just um, to be easier in an emotional way. And Katrina says, I wonder how much of a true story World War II is a true story. That's true. And Paige is saying, I'm going to get off now. I have an MRI in the morning. I've been having headaches. Night, everyone. Paige, I'll be praying for you. I hope that that all goes well and that they get down to find out what it is that's causing your headaches and that they're able to help you to relieve that pain. I hate headaches and I have them all the time. So praying for you, Paige. All right. Whew. Well, we are all caught up on the comments. I think everybody did a good job during that sprint, getting some stuff done, getting some reading done, setting up for projects. I really I wanted it to be colder right now. It's still not cold. I have my little fan on because it's warm, but I wanted it to be cold because I have my book club cardigan and I'm on the sleeve. And I really want to get it done so that I could wear it this year, like, when it gets cooler. But I don't like knitting on it in the summer because it's wool and mohair. So it's very like hot in my lap. And I've got the body done. I need to do the sleeves and then the like collar part. And I think the pocket also. But I want to wear it. It's just too hot right now. And I want to knit on it. But right now, today is too hot. I should get my socks out instead of, I've been playing this game on my phone. I should get my socks out so that I can make progress in those. And Katrina says, this is my hobby book for the Happy Reading Challenge. Oh, that's awesome. The book. Oh, nice. And Alma's saying, can we see it? Yes. It's right over here. Because I thought I might work on it. I was just going to say that Humphrey is being really good, so I might be able to work on it. And just then he like snagged my foot. So maybe he's just took a little rest. So this is it. So I took this is the back side. I took the body off the needles down here because I finished there. This is the front side. And here's my one sleeve. Let's see. I'm doing it on double pointed needles because I don't think I had um, like a needle handy that I could do like magic loop for the sleeves. So I'm doing it on DPNs. But this is so good. I just love it. I love this pattern. I love this color. And it's got like a little halo because of the mohair. So good. Okay. And Chantel says the sleeves always take so long. Yes, they do. And you'd think, okay, it's a sleeve. It's like less of a circumference than like the sweater, but it does seem to take long. And Chantel says, yes, please show and tell. Hey, Celestria. She says, Emma. And she says, I just filmed a video, so I might try to edit that tonight. That is so nice. You're so like consistent, Cece. I love it. And Alma says, love the color. How pretty. This is one of my like favorite colors. It's like, if you ask me what my favorite color is, I don't say this, but I have a lot of this color like in my closet and in different craft projects that I do. I use that color quite a bit. And Chantel says it's so beautiful, so many cables. It actually is it looks much more complicated than it is. So it's just like this is the main cable pattern here, and then there's like these like side bits, and then it's just kind of repeating in between some moss stitch. So the cable that's in the front, it's that same cable that's repeated back there. So it actually isn't as complicated as it looks. And Celestria says, I love that. Thank you. And Alma says, I'm amazed. Really, guys, it is following a pattern. And Katrina says, oh my land, I'm doing a saffron yellow baby blanket in the same diamond and braid pattern. Yeah, see, it's like super popular. I have a sweater that I wear a lot that I might have gotten it from Stitch Fix, or did I buy it at a store? I think it came from Stitch Fix, but it's the same like diamond and cable pattern, which is really nice. It's not a difficult pattern to memorize, or not memorize because I'm still following a chart, but to, I can see the chart and just do it without like really thinking about what's this stitch that I have to do next. And Celestria says, thank you. I don't feel consistent. It's stressing me out. Oh no. Oh no, don't let BookTube stress you out. You are doing great. I love your channel. I love your videos. And Cece, you remind me of my niece, Kaylee. Like like how you speak, how you look, and like your laugh like totally remind me of her. And Chantel says, Katrina, I bet it's so gorgeous. That baby is blessed. Yes. And what kind of yarn are you making that out of? And Alma says, I know, but I don't know how to follow a pattern. One of these days I should take a class or watch a YouTube video. I have no skills. Definitely if you can get a class. But what really helped me was finding share, and that we were just bouncing back and forth, like I realized that I made a mistake in something, and I was like, how do you undo this? So she showed me how she tinked or unknit, or ripped back. But I think we were trying to tink. So we were trying to like get the wrong stitch, like back it out onto the other needle so that I didn't like have loose stitches, because I was very worried about that. And so she helped me with that. And then, there was something else that, she's like, how do you do this SSK, this slip slit knit? And so I showed her how I did it. So really it was the two of us like just helping each other out when we'd get stuck, or like getting a second opinion on how we were doing things really helped a lot. So if you can find like an in-person knit group, or even some yarn shops will have like a clinic, they call it, or what do they, there's like other names for it, but basically where you bring your own project, whatever it is, and there's somebody there that if you run into an issue, they can like help you through that. And Annie says that looks so cozy and soft. It totally is. And Cece says, thank you so much. And really, that is so funny. I want to meet your niece now. She is really shy. I mean, she's very bubbly and everything, but like she's very shy, because I wanted, when she was 5, when she was 4, she really wanted to be a Girl Scout. And so I called Girl Scouts and they said she has to be 5. Fine. So I told her, you need to be 5. As soon as she turned 5, she's like, I'm 5 now. I want to be a Girl Scout. So I called Girl Scouts again, and I was like, okay, she's 5. She wants to be a Girl Scout. And they said, well, there's a waiting list, but we're having an informational meeting. If you want to start a troop, then she could be in that troop. And so I went to the meeting and started a troop so that my niece could be a Girl Scout. And when she, one of her friends joined the troop, and we did this whole Girl Scout thing. My cat, guys. Is my little home free? And she really loved Girl Scouts. And so with her little Girl Scout friends, she's like very open and fun and everything, but just otherwise she's very shy. But because she was my little Girl Scout, I think Taylor from Tales and Treats with Tay had done, and I don't know that she created it or if she just did it, but she did a Girl Scout cookie tag. And I thought it would be so fun to do that with my niece and her best friend that was also in the troop. And I was like, hey girls, I was like, do you guys want to do this Girl Scout cookie tag with me? And both of them, They're like, oh, we don't want to be on camera. And it's like, nobody cares. It's like, just you come and answer the question. Well, can we just give you our answers? So yeah, it's really hard to get her, but I would love to have her do a tag video with me, or some other like bookish video. And Katrina says, Alma Redheart has some good videos on here to learn to read patterns. Yep. Yeah, I'm sure a lot of yarn companies. Jamie says she got a phone call, and Cece says, Humphrey. Yes. So now he is sitting over here, yawning, big O yawn. But yeah, I'd love to get my niece to do the Girl Scout cookie tag with me. And I was going to look for, what was the picture that I was going to look for? I found my Gabrielle Meyer book that I still need to read. And guys, remind me, what was the picture that I was going to look for to show you? I'll show you a picture of my niece and me at Disneyland. We went in February. Can you see? Does she kind of look like Celestia? And Celestia says, ah, yes, the tag would be so fun. I think so, and yeah, I don't know why she's nervous, but she's just shy. And Morgan says, hi, I'm back from my nephew's baseball game. I'm reading Born of Gilded Mountains by Amanda Dykes. Nice. Cece saying hi to Morgan. Morgan saying hey. Oh, she's saying hey to Morgan, and Morgan saying hey back. Yep. Guys, we are just about at the top of the hour, and we are at the bottom of the comments. So I think now would be a great time to start another sprint. So 40 after, and I might knit on this. It still feels a little hot, so I might knit on my socks. I am still going to continue with the Magic Faraway Tree, because that does, it's fun. And like I said, it reminds me a lot of like Beverly Cleary. It's a family. They're on a kind of a road trip, and the kids are being the kids and the parents are being parents. And it's a lot of fun. So we'll see where that story goes. And we'll see you all back in about 40 minutes. All right, we are back. So I did a little bit of a lot during that sprint. I listened to more of the Magic Faraway Tree, which is very fun. And I read in this book too. I'm on page 121 of 159. So about 38 more pages left in that. I did try to knit, but Humphrey was not having it. And now he's over on the ottoman looking at me. He's laying down, so I don't know. I might try to knit again during the next sprint. But as soon as he sees that yarn come out, he's like all over the place. I don't know. I don't know if I can. So, how did y'all do? Let's see. Do. All right, I think this is where we left off. Allie was saying hey to Celestria and Morgan. Allie saying, or Morgan is saying hey, Allie, and Cece is saying hey, Allie. And Cece saying, I really like the ambiance. I like it too. I love that. And Steve is saying, yes, it's a very cool ambiance. And here is Kelly. Hey, Kelly. She says, hi, everyone. The ambiance is so lovely. I'm going to read the Reporter Who Knew Too Much. Ooh, that sounds good. And let's see what that is. The Reporter Who Knew Too Much. It sounds like one of those old noir stories. The Reporter Who Knew Too Much. Oh. Is this a nonfiction, Kelly? It looks, well, the one that I found is by Mark Shaw. Let's see. Lucy is here. She says hi. And Naomi says, I'm heading to bed. Have a good night, everyone. Good night, Naomi. Thanks for joining us. And Lucy says, I'm at work again. And Lucy says, when I get home, I'll be reading Forget Me Not by B.R. Goodwin and Taming Lady Temperance by Karen Whittemire. And she says, a little less than an hour till close, then homebound. And Lucy says, Katrina, hi. She says, I kissed you last night. She says, missed. And dang, autocorrect. Yes, autocorrect does that to me all the time. And Sammy says, hi, I'll be here for a little bit. And Sammy says, woohoo, Lucy, you're almost home. And Allie says, I did a whole lot of nothing that sprint too. Yeah. Or she didn't say two, she said LOL. But it was two because I feel like I didn't do a lot that sprint either. And Allie says, hi, Lucy and Sammy. Chantel read 2 chapters of Noble Masquerade. I'm so close to the end, but I don't want it to end, so I'm procrastinating a little. And Allie says, oh, and Kelly. Morgan read 1.5 chapters. And Jamie says, I haven't read yet. Katrina switched to an ebook now that I am sitting reading A Place Called Home by Lori Wick, page 388 of 478. That's good. 90 pages left. And Kelly says, yes, it's a nonfic about Dorothy Killigan or Kilgallen. That sounds really interesting, Kelly. I'd be interested to know your thoughts on that. And Sammy says, "Hey, Allie." And Kelly says, "Hi, Allie." Annie got to 32%. And Katrina says, "Hi, Lucy. Had a party last night celebrating the end of unleavened bread. No yeast or sourdough for 7 days after Passover." Wow, that's interesting. Yeah. Yeah, Kelly, I want to know what your thoughts are about that book. And I still did not remember what picture I was going to show you guys. So Jamie says, "Ooh, I love a place called home." Um, when I was looking at that comment, it looked like you said pecan. I think I just want some pecan pie. But it was place, not pecan. My glasses are fine. I'm just wishful thinking of pecan pie. I do have some butter pecan ice cream in my freezer, so I might get that out. Is there anything that you all are looking forward to coming up? I'm super excited about the Read Happy Readathon. I see people posting their progress so far, so I think I am going to do that as well. I'll do a little on my Instagram, but I'll also put it on my community page on my YouTube channel. And you guys are welcome. And I think I set it up that if you go to the posts on my community tab on my channel page, you can also do a post on there. So you can post there if you don't have a YouTube channel or an Instagram and you want to put a little bingo board up there. That's you should be able to do that. And Kelly is telling us about the book. I'm loving this book so far. It's so interesting. I've seen reruns of What's My Line that had Dorothy on it, but I had no idea that she died under mysterious circumstances. Do I know this Dorothy? Because I've watched reruns of What's My Line. And her name is Kilgallen, Dorothy Kilgallen. Mm-hmm. Okay, she looks a little familiar. I used to watch all those reruns and all the game shows when I'd stay home from school. Katrina says pecan pie sounds yummy. And Kelly says she was investigating the Kennedy assassination. And Annie says, I am also reading Homecoming by Rosamund Pilcher. Is so good, but over 700 pages. I'm reading it with Jen's reading group. Yeah, that was an author that I read a lot of her stuff several years ago. I still have a couple of the books. I think I have. Is it Homecoming or Coming Home? I think I have one that has something like that, and I have September. And Kelly says, we had a future student dinner party tonight with people for the college that my daughter is going to in the fall. They had amazing pie at the restaurant that we ate at. That's so good, huh? And Tanya says, hey everyone, I just got home from Bookcraft at the library and hung out afterward talking with one of my friends. What was the craft? I cut some paper because I was going to make a junk journal. And I found some, you know how like cereal boxes are made out of that cardboard. It wasn't a cereal box, but it was a box that was the same weight as that I cut up, and I'm going to make the covers for the junk journal. We'll see how it comes out. And Sammy says, "Hi, Tanya." And Katrina says, favorite pie is sour cream raisin, hard to find. My dad likes the sour cream pies. Like for Marie Callender's, they had like a blueberry sour cream and something else. And those were like the ones that he always wanted to order, where the rest of us are like lemon meringue, apple. But yeah, he was a sour cream pie person. And Sammy says, I've never heard of sour cream raisin. And Tanya says, "Hey, Sammy." And the craft was an egg shaped, made out of 20 pages of a damaged book. I made a hedgehog. What was the egg shape? Um, I'll see if I can go find my hedgehog. I think it's in my bedroom. Um, and Annie says, I've been watching the old Password show. Fun to watch. They had better manners then. Password was a lot of fun. What was another one that I used to like to watch all the time? What's My Line? But it was something like What's My Line? I don't remember what it was called. And Tanya says, never heard of that either. Yeah, those were, I don't know. Also, and I don't know why I watched it, because when I was little, there was like three channels. And if you were lucky, you could get the LA channels sometimes. And so then you had a couple more channels that you could watch. There just wasn't like a lot of programming for children. So there was like Saturday morning cartoons, Sunday on KTLA, there was like the Popeye hour, and then there was like a movie. So like Heidi, Swiss Family Robinson, things like that would show on Sunday. And then Davy and Goliath and Gumby and Pokey. Yeah, there just wasn't a whole lot that was just for kids. So, as a kid with a TV in my house, I used to watch all kinds of stuff that I probably, you know, I would not, it would not be children's TV, like The Dating Game, The Gong Show. And these are all, The Dating Game might have been like at that time, but The Gong Show was like definitely like reruns. Um, but yeah, all the game shows. I loved The Price is Right. I loved it. Let's Make a Deal. I always wanted to have the purse that had anything that you could ask for. I wanted it to be in my purse because someday that host was going to come and ask me for a paper clip and I was going to be able to pull it out of my purse. So Tanya says it was just an egg shape. We're supposed to color it like an Easter egg. And Tanya says, good repurpose for a book that was torn up. And Annie says, you're right, Em, it's Coming Home, not Homecoming. Yeah, I think I have that book too. All right, guys, should we start another sprint here in a couple of minutes? And then we can go to 35 after. And I will go get that hedgehog and see how, if it's like what your egg is. And we also used books that were going to be we did this at my in-person book club, and the lady whose turn it was to host is either middle school or elementary school librarian, and they had some books that they were going to be getting rid of in one way or another. So she brought some to book club, and we made hedgehogs, which are super cute. So I will go and get my hedgehog during this next sprint, and we'll be back at 35 after. Is that right? 35. Yep, 35 after. So let's set up the ambiance, and we'll see you back in about 41 minutes. We are back. How did everybody do? I actually finished this book. Yay. So now I can get the next book, which is the one that I wanted to read in April. And I found my hedgehog. Let me get to the comments here. So here's my hedgehog. I still have to put his little nose on him and his eyes, but this is what it looks like. So it was just folding pages like this. And it made that. And I can't wait to do his little nose and little eyes. Do my little hedgehog. And then I was going to put some green paper here to make it look like he's in grass. Let's see where we left off here. I think here. And this is Tanya. She says, that sounds so cute. Such a good idea. Bethany's here. Hey, Bethany. She says, hi, everyone. I just realized sprints might be going on. It's Friday morning in the Philippines. I can't stay, but I will read and watch later. I have a nephew that's in the Philippines in the Manila area right now. So that's fun that you're over there. And hello, Molly. She says, yay, just in time to dry off. Tell me. She says, hi, everyone. And Jeanette says, hello. And she was chatting on the phone and working on editing during the sprint. That's what I need to do. But there was only a few minutes left when I finished that Richard Peck book. So I thought I wouldn't start editing, maybe the next one. And Molly says, I actually just jumped in. Well, welcome. And she says, that's awesome. And Allie read a chapter of Middlemarch. Annie got to 36%. Katrina is on page 458 of 478, and you're going to keep reading. Totally. 20 pages left. Do it. And let's see. Chantel says how to do bedtime, so no reading this time. And Molly says, oh, I was just trying to be clever with your rainy scene. Okay, let me go back and see what you said. Oh, being dry. Nice. Yes. I forgot that it was a rainy scene. Let's see. And Tabitha's here. Hey, Tabitha. Tanya says, I'm going to take a snapshot of that hedgehog and show the librarian who plans the book craft. That's adorable. So here, let me show you. So we started, I think, in the middle right here. And then the pages are just at the corners turned down. And so all of the pages on this side have that same going in, and all the pages on this side have it going the other way. So where's my middle? Right there. So yeah, so one half folded in this way and the other half folded down. And then it makes just that cute little nose and eyes. Yep, cute little hedgehog. I saw one that even had like somebody had stuck feathers in it. I like it like this. I think it's super cute. And let's see. Jamie says, I read a teensy bit that time. And Molly says, you can always count on me to make something unfunny joke. No, it was funny. I just didn't catch it because sometimes I'm slow to make a sometime unfunny joke. Steve says, got home from shopping, fed the pups, 2 more loads of laundry, put dishes in the dishwasher, and started it. Read 3 paragraphs in chapter 46 of Wing Feather Book 2. Well, you made some progress, Steve, and you got a lot of chores done. And Tanya says, thank you for showing it so closely and how to do it. Got some good snapshots. Cool. And Dina is 34% through Death at the Door. Very nice. I would love to read a cozy mystery. I have to kind of check what I've read so far and if there was anything higher up on my list before I start a cozy. I still want to read this, Eden Brook. It's a reread. And I think because it's a reread, like I'm not like prioritizing it, but I do want to read it. And then I don't know if I told you guys this. I had read the first book in this series. This is by Sarah M. Eden. And let's see. The first book in the series is called The Lady and the Highwayman. And I thought this was the second one, but the second one is The Gentleman and the Thief. So I'm going to have to see if I can get that one to read this month, and then I'll just save this one for later, maybe for Jane Austen July. And what else did I have? I found that Gabrielle Meyer book. It's back here. But I also want to get to this. I've been wanting to get to this for months. The Cairo Curse by Pepper Basham. Yes, it's book 2 in the Freddie and Grace mystery series. So I want to read this. And I would love to read this, Julia, a novel inspired by the extraordinary life of Julia Child by Heather B. Moore. It just sounds so interesting to me. So it'd be nice if it took place on water, but that's all right. And for Jeanette's reading challenge, I need to read Healthcare Worker, but I do have The Apothecary's Daughter. I have it on my Kindle, so I think I might read that one. Guys, there's just so many books. Taming Lady Temperance, that's my first priority. I do have Emma M. Lyon Volume 3 that I'm in the middle of. I think I'm about halfway through that. So I want to finish that one next. And I'm still plugging away at the Fellowship of the Ring. I'm listening to the Andy Serkis version, but I also have a physical book because, you know, sometimes when you miss something, it's nice to get into the book. So let me see if I can find where I am. Gandalf was just talking about the writers. Let's see. Guys, I have so many books. I don't like it. Too many books going on at once.
But I do not see allies.
I'm in the Council of Elrond. And so that let's see. Okay. So I am round about page 259 in this edition of 423. So a little over halfway. This is what I have left. Another one that I need to finish. Let's see. Guys, I'm sorry. I don't mean to like pop these on. I'm just trying to scroll through them, but we'll get back to where we left off. Molly says there are some productive people in this group. I think so. If Morgan's around, I think she's like the speediest reader. Tanya got 4 chapters read in Romancing Daphne by Sarah M. Eden. How fun. She's just like all over the place, right? Because this series is by her, and I just finished Seeking Persephone. And I want to say that The Apothecary's Daughter is her as well, but I could be wrong on that. Let's see, Kindle. I either have it on Kindle or Nook. Let's see. I think I got it free. Oh, it's by Julie Clausen. Oh, there's a whole bunch. There's one by Vicki LeBon, June Davis, Elspeth Suthmere, Jane Addams, Charlotte Betts, and Julie Clausen. But I think it's the Julie Clausen one that I have. I recognize that picture. So I'll be reading that for healthcare worker. And on the water, Alma, what is that prompt? That prompt is, and I don't know if I showed you guys that I printed out some book covers to start putting in my reading journal. So the prompt is At Sea. That's what it is. So I need to get a book for that. Chantel's challenge is title includes a conjunction, but I did print my little covers for the February and March. I already had January in there. And I printed covers for Cheryl's Jurassic Challenge. So I was trying to update this for everything through March. And there's Wing Feather. I read that for Stegosaurus family, since it's the family there in Wing Feather. And K-Trees. I'm not kind of going in order. I don't think that you have to go in order. So these are the 3 that I've read so far. And I did print out for Stormy from Storm Reads and Sarah from Reading Category Romance. They did the Retro Romance Readathon, and they only had 2 categories, historical and contemporary. So I read Pride and Prejudice, and I put it as contemporary because it was contemporary story when Jane Austen wrote it. And then for historical, I did Victoria Holt's The Landauer Legacy because that was written now but took place in the past. So that was a quick readathon in February. And that was to read romance that was written at least 20 years ago. So Pride and Prejudice definitely meets that. And Tanya says, Jeanette, there was a free Kindle book by Lynette Eason today. Thought about you when I saw it. I'll have to look at the name of the book. And Jeanette says, Tanya, share when you have the title. And Tanya says, Impending Strike. You may have read it already. And Allie says, so many good options. And Chantel says, I can relate. Too many books at once. Tanya says, Ford by Susan May Warren is free today too on Amazon Kindle ebook. I know a lot of people like her books. And Jeanette says, Tanya, that is one of her co-authored books. The main author is Sammy and Lynette is a mentor. I haven't read any of those. And Tanya says, oh, okay, I didn't know that, Jeanette. I saw Lynette and was like, I got to tell you. Jeanette says, I have read Ford and it was a 3-star for me. It had a Russian plot line. And Tanya says, thanks for thinking of me. Or Jeanette says, Tanya, thanks for thinking of me. And Jeanette says, yay for printing book covers. I haven't printed any yet this year. I still have to print more, but that template that I had created in Canva is for 1 inch across and 1.5 up and down. But some of the other places where I need covers are smaller, so I need to measure it. I think it's probably going to end up being like 3/4 of an inch across and 1 inch up. So I have to make a template for that before I can print out those covers. Tanya says, I have to thank you, Jeanette. I read Hidden Legacy for the Karen Whittemire Challenge this month. More than 2 people on the cover. Good story and quick read. Thank you for suggesting it. Awesome. I love that when we can suggest books to each other. And Tanya says, that's a Lynn H. Blackburn book. And Jeanette says, sorry, Tanya and I are having a whole conversation in your chat. That's totally great. I love it. Have conversations amongst yourselves. It's just community. I love it. And I can learn stuff from it too. I don't read a lot of contemporary, but every once in a while I do, and especially if it's a good and interesting story. And I do have some love-inspired suspense, and I enjoy those. They're quick reads and fun stories. So yeah, talk amongst yourself, share with me. And Tanya says, sorry, hope you get to read Edenbrook. That book is so good. Yeah, it'll be a reread for me, but that's why I'm not like prioritizing it, because the rest of these, like, I haven't read this one, so this will be a new to me read. And the second book in this series will be a new to me read. And this one will be a new to me read. And this one will be a new to me read. And this one will be a new to me read, and it's for my in-person book club. This is The Greatest Sentence Ever Written by Walter Isaacson, and it's all about the preamble. Is it the preamble? Let's see. Yeah, We the People. And like each chapter is just like one word, and then it goes on to like say what it means and the impact of it, to put in there, like, look, short chapters. And did I miss one? I think I missed one. Then it goes on to self-evident truths, all men, created equal. And they're all just like a couple of pages, but it goes through that sentence of the Declaration of Independence is what it is. When in the course of human events it becomes necessary for one people to dissolve the political bands which have connected them with another, and to assume among the powers of the earth the separate and equal station to which the laws of nature and of nature's God entitle them, a decent respect to the opinions of mankind requires that they should declare the causes which impel them to the separation. We hold these truths to be self-evident, that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by their Creator with certain unalienable rights, that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from the consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form as to them shall seem most likely to affect their safety and happiness. Yeah, so this is the book Book club is going to be the last week of April when we're meeting to discuss this. And it's kind of a double barrel book club because we'll also be discussing Little House in the Big Woods. And we're kind of doing it as a picnic. So we'll be going out to one of the ladies lives on a farm right now. She's carrying, it's her parents' farm, but they took an extended vacation. And so she's there at their farm, and we're going to be having a picnic at the farm by their little pond and discussing both of these books. So I think that's going to be a lot of fun. And Jeanette says, it's funny, I love contemporary suspense book, but I'm not a huge fan of contemporary romance. Yeah, I prefer the contemporary suspense ones to the romance ones, but every once in a while I'll read a contemporary romance. And Kelly says, Jeanette, same here. And Tanya says, that's a perfect book for America's big anniversary this year. Yes, we were trying to pick some books this year for my in-person book club that had to do with America in some way. And as Chantel says, picnic book club sounds so fun. And Jeanette says, Kelly, I guess we just need the action. The action makes it fun. Yes, I love, besides mysteries, I love cozy mysteries. I also love like adventure stories and adventure movies. Things like starting with the Goonies, probably way back when, The Mummy, National Treasure, what else? Indiana Jones. What was another series that came out that was similar to all that? I love them. So the books that have the suspense also have some. When was it? It wasn't last year. It was the year before. I read. It might not have been the first book in the series. I think it was the second one, but they're kind of standalone. But they have some of the characters like carry through. It took place in Peru, and it was a love-inspired suspense one. I don't remember what the series name was, but it was fun because it took place in Peru. I have family from Peru. I visited Peru. I was like 3 though, so I don't remember a lot. But yeah, I loved it because they were just like doing all kinds of things. There was a cruise ship. There was like different, I think, did they go into the jungle and just like all kinds of stuff. It was a lot of fun. And Kelly says, yes, we just need the action. All right, guys, we are coming up to 8 o'clock. How are you all feeling? Should we do one more sprint? We can do a 40-minute sprint. We can make it shorter, do a 30-minute sprint. Let me know. Chantel says, I love the action and adventure, but then my brain gets too fired up and I can't turn it off. Yes, I get that. So you got to time it, right? You got to time it for a time where you have time to like wind down after. Yes. All right. Molly is up for a sprint. Definitely we can do one. Tanya is heading out. Good night, Tanya. I hope you all have a great weekend, she says. I hope you have a great weekend too. And next week, I think Jeanette has sprints on Tuesday. Lucy has sprints on Wednesday, and I'll have sprints on Thursday. So maybe we'll see you one of those days, if not all. Steve wants a sprint or 2. Well, definitely if we do more sprints, it's only going to be 1. And Jeanette says, yes, me too. I still haven't read. Okay, we'll do another sprint. So does 40 minutes sound good to everybody? I'll have to pick one book and see if I can make some progress to finish. I know none of the books that I'm in the middle of will I be able to finish in one sprint, but I can definitely make progress. So let's set up for a 40-minute sprint. And Jeanette says, yes, it's Read Happy Sprints on Tuesday and Pink Hat on Wednesday, and then just plain old sprints on Thursday. It's going to be a fun week. All right, let's get going, and we'll see you guys back at 40 after. And I think this will probably be our final sprint. I was feeling super sleepy right after work earlier. I do feel more alert now, but we'll see. But I'm thinking this will probably be the final sprint. But let's get going.
All right, reading.
We are back. So I listened to more. I guess this is not called The Magic Faraway Tree. It's called A New Adventure, or at least that's what Audible says it's called. But it's really fun. So I have, there's 14 chapters and I'm on chapter 5. So about a third of the way through. It's just really fun. So now they've met a fairy that lives in the magical faraway tree. It's just a super cute little children's fantasy. Let's see where we are. Allie was asking for a longer sprint. Is 40 minutes not long enough? Do you think that's too short? That's usually what I do. But I'm open to changing that. And Jeanette says, yes, it's Read Happy Sprints Tuesday, Pink Hat on Wednesday. Jamie said she was going to bed soon. Good night, everyone. Good night, Jamie. Lucy is home. Kelly is tapping out. I have a long day ahead of me tomorrow and I'm tired. Good night, everyone. Good night, Kelly. And Jamie says, night all. Molly got to 16% in Persuasion by Jane Austen. I have to tell you, that was not my favorite Jane Austen book for the longest time, but I reread it last year, I think, and it went up a notch. So it's now my second to last, next to last, not favorite, but my not favorite now is Mansfield Park. Molly says, thank you for sprints. You are quite welcome. Jeanette says, got 2.5 chapters read and I'm loving these characters. Nice, nice, nice. Allie says, I got 2 more chapters of Middlemarch done and I'm satisfied with my reading progress now. Good deal. It's always nice to have that satisfaction. I made some progress in Fellowship of the Ring, which I'm happy for that. I was listening to that Magic Faraway book. I didn't touch Emma M. Lyon during these sprints. And Lady Temperance, I did get up to, what had I read up to? The end of chapter 14. So I'm holding out there till I hear from my fellow group readers to see how far they are. And let's see. Boop, boop. Wow, these jumped. Okay. There we go. Lucy says, I read my 2 chapters in Forget Me Not. It's so good. And Allie says, 40 was perfect. Great. Chantel says, 2 more chapters. Now I'm ready for bed. And Molly says, I'm used to 90 minutes, but I'm loving 40. Wow, where are you finding 90-minute sprints? That's quite long. And Adina says, I didn't get to read much. My dog thought it was playtime. Did you guys see my cat? Like, my house life revolves around my cats, and Humphrey is just like, he thinks he's the life of the party. And sometimes I just want to take a nap. Lucy says, I bought my pink hat today. Yay. So are we all going to be wearing our hats next week? I still have the same hat, but I'm looking into getting a different hat maybe. And the Eccentric Raven is in. Hi, just found your channel in my recommends. How y'all doing? I'm reading the YA sci-fi Gemina, the second book in the Illuminae trilogy. Nice. The Eccentric Raven, what is your name? Or do you just want to go by the Eccentric Raven, which is perfectly fine? Annie says, I got to 41%. Good night, all. Thanks for the sprint, Sam. You are quite welcome, Annie. We'll see you next time. And Tori says, hey, y'all, I'm late, but I'm here. Oh, we just finished, I think, the last sprint. I could be talked into another one, but I don't know. Steve says, finished chapter 46 and a page in chapter 47. And yeah, the big black tail of my cat. And the eccentric raven says, "Hi, Molly." And Molly says, "Raven, hi." And the eccentric raven says, he or she goes by Raven. Well, that's cool. And Molly says, "I am greedy for sprints, M." And Lucy says, "Another sprint." And Tori says, "You should definitely do another sprint." It's not that late here. And if we start another sprint right now, that would take us to right 30 minutes after. And that's fine because I could still get to bed on time. Allie says, "I'm game for another sprint too." And Jeanette says, "I'm heading to bed and you should too." That would probably be the responsible thing to do. Oh my goodness, people. Lucy says, "No, Jeanette." And Molly says, "Raven sprints sometimes. You can find her on the BookTube Bible, which is how I found you." Okay, I'm going to look that up with my handy dandy phone over here. Let's go and see what we find. BookTube Bible. I cannot type. And autocorrect is doing me wrong. Okay. And Molly, do you have a channel? My goodness. I can't type on my phone. I'm finding a lot of Molly's, but not that exact one. Let's see. Allie's saying my night owl is showing as an East Coaster. Yeah, I guess because let's see, 8, 9, 10, 11, it's almost midnight there and you're still going, Allie. And Molly says, "I am Eastern time." And Allie is Late Girlies Unite, Molly. You got Lucy. Lucy's a late girly. Molly says, "Woot." And Lucy says, "I cannot find Raven's channel." I found it. Keep looking, Lucy. And Molly says, "I do, but I haven't really started it." Okay. Well, keep us posted. And Raven says, "I don't remember if I was added to the BookTube Bible. I might have applied once, but didn't hear back." Well, I just typed in the eccentric Raven and it came up. And Molly has put the link in the chat. And Jeanette says, "I'll send you the link to the BookTube Bible. Thank you." And Molly says, "Sorry, Allie, not Sally." Oh, Raven, you're Pacific? Me too. And Molly says, "You are on there, Raven." And Allie says, "LOL, oh, you're fine." And Raven says thanks. All right. Well, I'm so happy to have some new people on the channel. I love all of my regular people, but it's always great to meet new friends. So let's do one more sprint, and this will be the final one. And we'll do 40 minutes again, which will bring us to 30 after. So let's do that, and we'll see you all back in 40 minutes, and we can see what else we got done in our reading lives. All right, friends, we are back. So I listened to more of the, I don't know what to call it, the faraway magical tree, a new adventure, the magic faraway tree, a new adventure. Yeah, that was pretty good. And what else? I think that's pretty much what I did. Made sure the cats had some fresh food and water. And yep, I did a little note taking. I listened to more of the fellowship. And yeah, it was a good reading night for me. I made progress in a lot of the books that I'm reading. I thank you all for joining me, and let's get the comments all caught up and see where we are. I think we're right about here. And Allie says, "Yay, the people have spoken," and I am very influenced. And Molly says, "Yes, very nice of M." Jeanette saying good night to everyone. Jeanette, you're probably long gone, but good night. Allie saying good night to Jeanette. And Molly says 32% into persuasion. Thank you so much, M, for the extra sprint. You are welcome. And Raven has gotten to 82% and excited to see what happens next. I hope I can finish tomorrow. Nice. Nice. And Raven says, thank you for hosting. You are quite welcome. I do sprints on my channel pretty much every Thursday unless I'm on vacation or something else happens. And Allie says, I've got to 91% in Starlit Prince. Thank you so much for the bonus sprint. You are welcome. And Lucy read 3 chapters in Lady Temperance. Yay! Yes, for our group read. I am really enjoying it. And let's see. Lucy says, I'm loving it. And Tori says, thank you for sprints. You're welcome. Molly says, any early risers, check your BookTube Bible. There are plenty of early morning sprints. I do usually wake up between 5 and 5:30, but then I'm just like getting myself ready to go out the door. And Steve finished chapter 47 and definitely wanted to start chapter 48. Though the caretaker in me had some friends in Snap that had a bad day. Sorry, guys. I hope I'm not coming down with something. That'd be the worst. And I think that was our final comment. So again, thank you for joining me. I hope you all have a wonderful evening. Get lots of rest. Next week, lots of fun sprints on Tuesday on Jeanette's channel at Jane Reads. We'll be having sprints for the Read Happy Readathon. The Read Happy Readathon is I created that on my channel, and I have co-hosts Lucy at the Lucy Chronicles, Jeanette at Jane Reads, and Alma at Alma's Book Journey. And we'll be sprinting whichever ones of us are available on Tuesday. And then on Wednesday, Lucy is hosting the Pink Hat Sprinters, and that's a group of us ladies. Again, whichever ones of us can make it that night, we'll be sprinting. And then on my channel on Thursday, just regular old sprints. I might have a guest. I still haven't confirmed that yet, but it's just regular sprints, no special theme. So hopefully we will see you next week on one or all of those sprints, and you all have a good night, and thank you for watching. Bye.